What? Nope. Almost done. That was fun. That was fun. Okay, welcome to let's load our game. And don't worry, all yeah, definitely teach the kids about the Hays Code. Ooh, kindness is the best reason. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Oh, that's a lot. Rough. Mm, kind of feeling that Dory's video. Kind of interested in this. A little early for him though. Oof, he's the best. Oof. It does get into your brain. I don't know. I'll figure it out in a minute. Brain a little busy. There we go. There. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Let's play our game. All right. We definitely need to work on not civilian, on military things. I need to deal with all these petitions. We have no gyms. A grand guild hall. I don't know about that. Oh, hold on. I want that one. Give me that. I might want to kill them. Check them out. Military kills. Yeah. Alino. Oh my god. I didn't do that. Because, like, these guys, every time I've had one of them show up, they start trying to steal my queen. So, and especially if they keep going. I love you. See, I don't want to kill this person if they're like not a big deal, but also like they have killed humans. Uh, okay, we're gonna make a really silly choice right now. Right now. We're going into Legends mode. I demand to know who this is. Because the last time I had one of these, they corrupted one of my people, and stole one of my artifacts, and they've been haunting me from fortress to fortress, and I've really been resisting. I'm gonna use my god powers to do god things. It's a one-way trip. Open. Open. Alito. Oh no. Yeah, that one. See? She's trying to steal treasures. And it's Sparkle Peaked. This Ludo guy, ooh, he has been haunting me. See this? Palace Romances? That's one of my places. I think that one might be. Oh yeah, and this thing definitely, Bloody Crown of Bleeding is something that I made. It's a cinnabar crown that I made. And they love it. Ludo has it right now. And Bloody Crown of Bleeding, yeah, see? See? Look at that. So mad. There was, yeah. Yeah, you did this. Okay. Now we have to restart the game. Hold on just a second. But that person definitely needs to be taken out because they are causing havoc and they work for the local necromancer. I can't have this in my palaces. I'm gonna have all dead people. Not palaces, fortresses. I can't get the little thing. Make it bigger. The game is tired of my shit already. Okay. Okay. So step one, we're gonna go find you. Where are you? You. I would like to hit you. Everybody. I need you. Okay, cancel. I don't know how to hit this person. Oh wait, I remember what it does. It does this, and then I can like. Oh, there's only one target in here I could possibly have, huh? Right? I guess we're gonna. That is the end of that. All right, well, let's see what happens. Um, he's bleeding, so. Oh my gosh. A cell zombie is beating people up with the amulet. This is not. Yeah. Who killed it? I think the Explorer Ushier did this. So let's see. I didn't kill anything. Who did it? Is this my axe lord? You did it! And you killed some cows. Alright, well, you are now Alino Bane. Good job. One of my favorites now. P3. Alright, problem number one solved, because these guys just coming in here and plot steal my shit pisses me off. Alright, not a problem. Cool, cool. Great, amazing. Oh yeah, he was really badly injured, so not shocking. Thank you. But nobody else should be fighting. Cool. I don't know, man. I don't know about this whole we need a whole giant room to do things in. You want what? Or the farmer guild? Which one is the farmer's guild? This one. I guess I could figure something out for you. Furniture. Play. Ah. Keep building, please. Alright. You can do whatever that is. Good job. Great. Awesome. Cool. Cool. Good. 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 Things are happening. We love when things happen. Alright. Do you have anything to put on here? SMB. 400 might work. Okay. Wrinkle. That is enough bone craft, I think. Are we out of bones yet? We're getting low on bones. Let's chill on bone crafts. So we can do anything else. Come on, where is it? I'm not. Make bone crafts. There. Go do. Go do anything else. Oh, I must not have saved. Oh, no, I got it. I know what it is. Okay. Wall. Select material. I want a wall here. And make it out of P1. And here. And then and what am I doing? Machine. Like, I have something under it, don't I? It's always something. Wall, 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 wall. Wall. A baby! Easy like Sunday morning gave a baby. Good for her. Let's name the baby. Does anybody want to name the baby? It's the fourth baby. I shall call him Quaddy. Nobody has anything call him cute. I think. It's a grand guild hall. What more could you ask for? What more do you need? Oh, I need to make food increases. Oh my god. Nog the deer, that's funny. Wait, is it Nog the deer? It is. Alright, do something. Alright, they want an increases hall. Ta-da! Okay, what else? Oh, tell me about it. Wake me up.
Bridget, you are a brilliant woman with 2 wonderful children.
You
Embrace
have
the
an
chaos.
We're going to die! We're not going to die. We're having fun!
Darling, we need to get back out.
Hey, remember the Gina Reinhardt Christmas party that we showed last year? We got sent another video, and it's even more cringy. And here are the highlights from us streaming it. Turn your brain off. Word to the wise. It's the only way you're going to be able to get through it.
Ooh, another forbidden use. Where's it at? Oh. Are we fun? Well, now there's just 2 of them down here wandering around. And he's gone. Well, I'm glad that I didn't dig any doors out so I could get them.
And pretty much the only way that you'd also be able to get through my brand new show about UFOs, which links below, you can get tickets if you're in the following towns. We are going to be discussing a most recent birthday bash that was uploaded to Hancock Prospecting that was unlisted. I have heard that it's not as juicy as the one that we originally put out, but there might be some gold in there, who knows. Oh, listen to that country twang. I wonder how these guys voted in the WA election. Well, it does look sickly catered. Come on. I suppose that's what you should expect if you are the richest woman in Australia by a mile. Well, the grub's good.
Tonight's a fantastic night, and the one thing that's...
Oh, yes! The bad South African MC is back with a vengeance! Oh, I've missed you, buddy. I've really missed the way that you really suck at introducing things.
People come to me and they really said how grateful they are for everything the company does for them, and that we're a company that's really caring. And the thing that stands out for me is it's not something that as just a few of us are doing. It started right from the top. It started with Mrs. Reinhardt. Mrs. Reinhardt's absolute passion for the company, a passion for the people.
Man, could you imagine if you had to suck up to Gina Reinhardt for your existence? I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of people in the comments right now that do have to do that, but imagine being this guy. His job must be 90% professional yes man. What else do you think he does to sit there all day and go, that's a great idea, Gina, right you are. What else do you think he does? Yes, go on.
The raffle like what we're going to have tonight. Whichever company does what we're going to do tonight, pull a bunch of people's names out of the hat, and next week they've got $100,000 in their bank account.
Oh, what the hell? No, that is bullshit. I was going to sit there and be like, and who else has a company raffle where you get a free meat tray at the end? If you win, If you come second, you don't get shit. $100,000 is better than Oprah.
It makes a real difference. And it's one of the best things ever is when you, afterwards, if you take that phone and you phone people and you inform them they've actually won.
Please observe the top of that guy's head. Surely he should pull a Peter Dutton. Buddy, the dream's over. You can't do anything about that.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for those wonderful messages and stories from across our businesses. It's especially wonderful to know our staff say they've never worked for a better company than ours. Reaching a decade or more with one company is a remarkable stretch. You might be interested to know research shows, on average, Australian workers spend just 3 years and 4 months with one company or employer, which makes your decade or more a very special achievement.
Hang on. Are they going to whinge? I want them to whinge about taxes again. Bring out the classic hits.
The larger government gets, the less individual freedoms you have. Your freedoms have just been eroded year after year with more and more government, laws and regulations and regulatory authorities. End quote.
Is this another South African accent that I detect? Why are there so many South Africans that are just unspeakably evil? It's just, you got Elon Musk, you got Peter Thiel, you've got the former host of the Daily Show, whatever he was, and then you got these guys. You got these guys here, standing around there. Look, oh my God, I can't believe how culty it is. They've created an...
Thank you. Oh, hold on. Oh, put the music on. Put the music on. How long do you want to sit here? How long are you gonna hang out? Stay? Just until I unfold your chair. Winter's almost over. You're gonna have to hey, you giggle baby. Aww. He's got a baby.
Make a decision before.
Well,
Well, what?
what's with the hat?
Oh, this. It's nothing.
It's a
Bring your Wasn't that lovely? Ooh.
I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get auto insurance that fits your budget and your needs. Save up to 10%.
Hi, I'm Heather and I'm back. Last time you saw me, I had 4 birds and I said I couldn't get any more because my husband would divorce me. I definitely tested that because today I'm back with 2 new birds that are graduating, and guess what? I'm still married, so there you go. This time I'm here with Ozzy. He is a 2-year-old hyacinth macaw, and he came to me mid-April, and he was my dream bird, and hyacinth is awesome. And then I have an African gray Congo named Tatwahe, and he is a 4.5-month-old African gray Congo. So Ozzy came to me at basically a 1.5 years, and he had been used in a parrot show in Florida. He actually was owned by someone else, and what happened, he ended up coming back to the breeder and needed a new home, and the breeder wanted a fully flighted home, and she was taking applications, and she chose me, and I was very honored with that. I had some family things going on at the time, so I had to wait about 6 months for him to come, but he was my dream bird, and I'm so happy with him, and he is so cute. He is hard to say no to. Training Ozzy has been a bit of a challenge because he is completely different than any bird I've ever free flight trained. He actually probably is most like me personality-wise because he has ADHD for sure. He likes to be the life of the party. And how to break properly along and under. Ozzy! Ozzy!
Not looking like a turn.
Ozzy!
First one to land on the rock wall. How do you guys know where he is? How's his contact call?
Right here.
Yeah?
Yeah, he sounds like he's regretting his decision, huh?
Ozzy! And we waited him out as much as we could, and then eventually I had to climb a cliff.
Radar knows that sound means
He's facing you guys. Looks like he's crouching a little. Nice.
And he had 0 breaks, and I caught him like a football. That was Ozzy's first day. Tatwahe, he ended up really shocking me. So keep in mind, we'd been in the car for 9.5 hours, and he was out, he was doing his A to B's, he was doing great, just really enjoying himself. I realized that one of my pieces of equipment needed new batteries, so I was walking over to my vehicle to get the batteries, and he's like, oh, heck no, I'm not getting back in the car. I'm leaving, I want to fly, and took off on an exploratory. And he flew, and he flew, and he flew.
Let's make sure Notch's GPS is ready.
Oh, that feels good, doesn't it?
We'll fly Notch. I think I'm gonna do it up here. And we'll do it after Toby.
Good job, bud! That's right.
Good job, Rhonda.
I'm not in an emergency situation. I'm good. I just want to get
Yeah. Okay, cool. He's still going. That was his choice.
That's Wyatt!
This is a major jackpot.
That's Wyatt! Come here, buddy!
He's struggling fatigue-wise.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Come on,
This looks good.
Come here! Here.
Might be a hard landing.
Get.
He's gonna try again.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard landing, so brace your foot in there, Heather.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh.
Anybody catch him? Mom, hands up. That's Wyatt! Oh my gosh, go! Here, buddy! That's Wyatt!
He's turning. He's determined to come
Yeah,
with
I
you.
think he might do this on you
Okay,
again,
stay
Heather.
there, Heather.
Yeah, stay there. He's figuring it out.
That's Wyatt!
Nice. A perfect turn as soon as you said that.
Yeah.
Here, bud! Come on! Wait!
Nice.
Oh, man.
Come on, come on, He's afraid of crashing.
Oh, he's slow.
Here he comes.
Good.
Oh, sped up.
That's Wyatt! Come here! Here you go! Here you go, I'm here!
Yes.
Oh my God!
Yay!
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
What do you think that was?
That was a good one.
Yeah, time for some water to rest. Mom's heart is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so funny how he came up to you. They're like, oh, nope, I'm going to keep going.
I love that. You did awesome.
Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you, guys.
That was great, yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and they go opposite directions. That's great.
Oh.
Oh.
He's like, I'm not done. He literally landed and took off again.
Nice.
Felt really comfortable in our level 1 in Moab, you know, because I felt like that was a safe space to be able to really, and you have good visibility. I mean, one thing that I always worry about is like birds of prey. I want to be able to see where they're at and kind of have that knowledge there. The thing that I love about these flight trips is that you're not going to the same monotonous place. And by the way, on the Moab one for level 1, usually level 1s are boring. I mean, experienced flyers don't want to go to level 1s. They're like, oh, my birds won't do anything, especially if it's hot or whatever. So, but the topography was really cool, and with the cliffs being on all sides of us like that, that was pretty neat. But I would say probably, I would actually say Cowdown is my favorite. Oh gosh, so it was really exciting seeing everyone come together and graduate this week, and so many different birds and so many different owners, and it's really great making these relationships. You know, one of the things I love about graduation trips is you meet other people that become lifelong friends. And I've been on other flight trips, and I've had where we're not on flight trips and they come out to see me, or we meet up someplace or whatever, and it's just a big sense of community. And the thing that I really love too is that with bird tricks, the way they train, their protocols, their safety first. It's like, you know, permission-based training, and you know, and so anybody who comes through their program has that same mindset, and it's awesome because you can find people that may not have gone through that program or that training that doesn't have that mindset, and that can be a bit of a challenge when you want to go out in free flight. And each trip I meet someone new.
like to go get?
Oh yeah, so my travel setup has changed and evolved over time.
Thing.
So
What is it?
I bought a toy hauler, and I don't own a toy. So I guess.
No, that was all me. Okay. I left the camera in the car. Yeah. Nope. I just parked it because I figured she'd write it later. Okay. Why are you dead? Why did you die? What happened? Why are you dead? Where was he found dead? In the hospital? So did he die because no one brought him water? Did he die because the doctor didn't doctor him? Or what happened? We're gonna have to build him a slab. I don't know what happened. Probably because I'm not screaming and I should scream louder. What if we just turn down everything else? Thank you for your help, by the way. Oh, which mic is it using? That's a good question.
That one should be better. She's coming in here to ruin my audio. Uh-huh. Don't get in my hair, I don't have one. Turn your mic up. The other mic was better. Okay. I have somebody give me feedback. Hooray. Yeah, that's dope. It's not just me.
Okay. Cool. This one should be better. I don't have any more turn up. I don't think. Oh god. Stop opening. Ooh. 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 Awesome. Thank you so much for the assist. It is such a pain to go back and forth and try to sort all this out. I've been trying so much. Alright, I think I found. Oh, that's desktop monitor. That's not what we wanted. I have a button that says it will make the microphone louder. If I was using a real microphone, it'd probably sound really good, but I didn't get out my real microphone because I'm shit. I'm sorry. But this might be better. I found a button to make the volume be louder. Maybe. We'll see. Everything else is ungodly loud. And oh my god. Okay, let's turn you down because I know you too. Yep, no, that's just, yeah. You were like, these headphones work better. Exactly. These ones actually, there's only sound on one side. But my other headphones, these things, are really heavy, so I don't like them as much. So, yesterday I was using my phone as my camera and it died. And then, like 10 minutes after that, someone raided me with like 30 people, and I didn't have a camera on, and I felt like a jerk. I was like, my bad. Everything's just broken all the time. All right. Why are you dead? Let's write him down. Let's write him down. Write that down. All right. Earth. All right. Ugh. Let's see here. What does that mean? That's so cute. Anyway. All right. Let's find out why he died. Oh, and there's diplomacy. I hate diplomacy. Okay, I don't care. Okay, okay. Y'all are getting beat up again, aren't you? My fort is here. Show me the rumors. The humans are beating up on the elves. Ooh. Oh, look at you. You understand how things work. I don't. Okay, find the corpse. I'm like, I'm gonna make a slab. Oh, they already carried his corpse away. That shit is already in the tomb. Alright. It has to be this one? Nope. Oh, Odd's bones are in here. We should probably fix that. Okay, I don't know where they carried his bones off to. Oh, I do. I lied. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, look at you go. Okay. I should probably update my tunes. Okay, so you want me to run desktop. Okay. Who is that? Is he dead too? Because we did have a dwarf go a little crazy earlier, and I think he might have attacked him. Yeah, I think there was a violent fight, and that was the one who went bonkers. Unless he's not bonkers, and he's still in here just... Oh no, he's just in here beating people up? We got drama! Yeah, you don't have a combat log. Oh well, I don't care. I have other problems. I don't know what happened. I think I'm pretty sure I know what happened. I don't know why the hunter died. That's bonkers too. Oh, gotcha. Okay. This is, I hate falling down one of these rabbit holes. I have other things to do than track down why these guys are dying. Okay, I killed you. Okay, Urus. We know why you died, but who killed you? Because I forgot. He died. I gotta write names down. Oh, that would do it too. That would do it too. That's good to know. The depth this game goes through is insane. Okay, now that we're sure which dwarf we're looking at, let me out of this menu. Yeah, it is you. Why are you killing people? Did you get in an argument and you just kill them? Okay, so you beat shit out of him and then put him in bed, I guess. I don't know what happened. She's crazy. I'm gonna call you sketchy. But if they went berserk, one of my guards would have killed him. Because that's what has been happening. So I don't understand. Oh, unless that dwarf went mad and then okay, that would make sense. That's probably is what happened. I'm just confusing. I don't know why the hunter died. Oh, maybe he went to kill the boar and the boar got him. I don't know. None of this matters. It doesn't matter. Everything's running smoothly. I was concerned. I don't care. Okay. What do you guys want now? Shall River Rub? I bet you. I bet you they're another treasure hunter. They're always treasure hunters. What's your problem? Labor. Thought. Right. Okay. Oh, I think I remember this. I'm scared. Okay. Control. Shift. E. Oh god, now we've opened another menu. Excellent. Oh, okay, this is way easier. Okay, I've been turning these on individually. Sick. Okay. Preferences. Searches full task text. I'm working on it. Okay. Ah, I'm clicking button. Okay. And then... Oh, I get you. I can type up sketchy ass all the time. Alright. And so... Stares into the ether for a second. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. This is how we can find the same little dude forever. Thank you. That's super useful. While I'm stalking down a weirdo. Alright. Real quick. We already traded. We don't need to trade. Okay. So what means we can go here. Check out. Oh, look at that. Look how quick and easy that was. Oh my gosh. We approve. Approve. What do you want? I hate this request. You guys ask too much. Okay. Functionality. Oh well. Cool. Turn everything off. I'm tired of looking at y'all. Alright, what are we at? Oof. I can barely play the game. I can't imagine understanding it well enough to like add features. Goodness. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta get some more doors down. I figured out just enough of this game to figure out how to let me have more dwarfs in my fortress. Because I think having 500 dwarfs is a good idea. No one can stop me. Petition. I really don't want to do that. You got this. uh, yeah, sure, we'll do it. You agree to do this. Yeah, well. Oh, we'll make Malfoy do it. Malfoy, you do it. I don't know what that is. I'm sure I set up an alert wrong. That seems like an alert I set up wrong and I need to fix. There it is. Okay. Clearly my alerts are not quite right. Ah, I guess we'll Alright. We don't have anything to assign that's worth much. Where's the quern assigned? It's over here. You want me to be brave and click a button I haven't clicked yet? It's so scary. It's so scary to do that. So many more buttons. Whoa. I'm just clicking them. Oh my god. This is too many buttons for me. I know it's useful, but I'm scared. Hide the planner. Anyway. Oh my god. Oops. I closed my door. No, it's scary. I'm just gonna hide from it forever. Now, I'll watch a video about how to use the planner and then it will be less weird. It just works. Okay, let's try over here actually, because I don't think that's easy. Blah. Uh-oh. Well, he better stop withdrawing from society. War dogs. All war dogs, all the time. Oh, that's the edge of the map. I lied. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I lied. Okay. Now! Alright, let's see what's on YouTube. I'm over birds. I want to watch something else. Boop. Boop. Okay. What do you want for Final Fantasy 17? I don't know.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like,
Fantasy, the talking points and anticipation among fans almost always builds up around what sort of setting or story we are likely to see next. As a series that constantly reinvents itself for each installment, the games run the risk but also have the advantage of upending expectations and conventions for a given entry and evolving away from the traditions and limitations of JRPG gaming with each subsequent game. So what does the series' history tell us about how Final Fantasy reinvents the wheel for setting and story? What might this mean or hint about for a Final Fantasy XVII? And what do invested players personally want to see? Jumping right in, and as many fans know, Final Fantasy emerged from the Tolkien school of fantasy, inspired as it was by D&D, Wizardry, Ultima, and Dragon Quest in its early conception. As such, the foundations of the earliest games relied on classic elements like knights, mages, elves, dragons, and so on. From the outset, these were bridged, and increasingly so as time wore on, with instances of science fiction, and in a very broad, if perhaps reductive sense, we can view each Final Fantasy game as weighted to one or the other in how they blend these genres: swords or guns, castles or space stations, dragons or mechs. And for example, where we might say that Final Fantasy IX has an 80-20 split towards the traditional Tolkien sort of fantasy, Final Fantasy VII may have an 80-20 split in the other direction, in a very broad strokes, reductive sort of sense. Beyond this, we have recurring elements that are particular to Final Fantasy: the use of crystals, the use of summonable beings, the relationship between nature and mankind, are each used to some degree or other through most of these games. And taking summons as just one example, they've evolved from primarily being a battle utility for our characters in the earlier games to actually being our characters in Final Fantasy XVI, and their significance has grown to become a large aspect of these stories that play out. So, taking each of these factors into account and looking at the most recent mainline entry, Final Fantasy XVI, which leaned quite heavily into a medieval European setting, pitched battles, armoured knights, castles, and so on, it may be reasonable to assume that Square are going to move away from this sort of genre and setting in the next mainline game. Perhaps they will shift the dial back towards a more science fiction or hard science sort of scenario, whether that's the dystopian cyberpunk of Final Fantasy VII, the cozy solar punk of Final Fantasy VIII, or the whimsy steampunk of Final Fantasy IX. It remains to be seen, but this is where audience speculations and opinions get quite interesting, because there has long been suggestions and opinions about what sort of setting Final Fantasy should explore next, and those that want Square to push the envelope a little bit more have suggested everything from a full-blown space opera space to some Atlantis-like underwater setting to something more like Dante's Inferno, journeying through some sort of purgatorial setting. And each of these, in their own way, are interesting takes that do move away a little bit from the common science fantasy settings that we've seen and that Final Fantasy seems to operate in. But I suppose within that, and looking at the threads of commonality that are so essential to defining what Final Fantasy is as an anthology, it would be a case of exploring to what extent crystals are used, if at all, to what extent summons are used, and things like that, within whatever new setting.
No, don't get up. No, I don't want you up there.
In space? Are we going to see Moogles underwater? For my part, I don't personally speculate or mind too much about what a new Final Fantasy setting might be, providing they work well with or in service of a story. And traditionally, Final Fantasy is very good at making setting an aspect of story in how it reflects and folds into key events in either subtle or not so subtle ways. So the corporate villainy of Shinra is reflected in the dystopian, depressed dwellings of the wider world of Gaia. The eternal carnage of Sin is reflected in the stagnance of Spira, and so on. Although actually, having said that, the relative coziness and richness of Final Fantasy VIII's world is a personal favourite of mine, and despite the geopolitics and the periodic lunacy I think there is something to be
Too
said
big
for
for that
settings that
behavior.
aren't
You're not a kitten.
directly existentially
I mean,
threatened
you are,
by
but
blights
you're
or
not a baby like
meteors,
that.
and I personally prefer them to the sort of arid dystopias that we get in some games that are quite bleak and not particularly enjoyable to traverse, which is my 2 cents worth there. Moving on to consider future personnel.
Put this on. Open the door.
Oh, silly.
God
No,
bless you.
I got bedrooms to make.
What drew me to Paradise is first and foremost the show's creator, Dan Fogelman. He said he wrote something, I took a look at it, and I said, when do we start?
The president tells me you have
Hold on.
children.
That's correct.
You're gonna want to hear this.
What drew me to the role is the
Systems and gameplay of the series. Yoshi P himself has recently remarked how he'd like the continuity of Final Fantasy to be helmed by a younger development team in future, which is a great point and a very interesting observation. We have shifted over the last 2 decades from a Sakaguchi era to a Kitase era to something that has more recently been juggled between various veterans of the series, and for many players it has often felt like they are not sure what to do with what they've inherited. They are not sure how to deliver something that both suits the business needs of Square and fan expectations. And with most of these veteran guys inching into their 50s and 60s, it's very interesting to consider the next generation of Square director, what they might do, what direction they might take, because where Square alumni would have joined the company as fans of Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, we are now seeing staff emerging who joined the company as fans of Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, and so the dial may well shift for good or ill in an entirely new direction for the series, based on the lived experience, the ambitions, the memories and the impressions of the series from a younger, fresher team. Regarding systems design and gameplay, it's well established that Final Fantasy is on an action-orientated trajectory. Final Fantasies 15, 16, and the 7 Remake series have each iterated on action gameplay in their own way. For my part, I'm okay with it. I think the main cornerstone of Final Fantasy as a story and as a gameplay experience is the fellowship aspect. So where they took the party system with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, I would hope that they go more in that direction and pursue that over the automated or AI controlled party members that they had in Final Fantasy 16. The only real negative in the newer games in terms of the focus on action is the diminished relevance and utilization of magic, which is basically, in my opinion, kind of rubbish and obsolete in most of these recent entries that are very much focused, I think, and geared towards the hack and slash melee sort of battle systems. Regarding the history and traditions of the series, there has also long been calls to return to the turn-based roots of the games, which I understand, I appreciate where that's coming from as a veteran player and as someone that loves the golden era of the series, as it's so called. And actually I've recently been playing Fantasian, which I love, and it's amazing to see how turn-based games can still uniquely be iterated upon and developed and improved in modern gaming. That being said, I would honestly be surprised if Square ventured to make a mainline Final Fantasy game turn-based again. I can't say that, but I do think they should be looking at making smaller spin-off games that cater to that market, developing games not dissimilar to Fantasian in-house. I really feel that would be an easy business win, and there is a market for it, in my opinion. Finally, some slightly more subjective random notes from me are, firstly, I think the villain matters. And regardless of what the setting looks like or whatever from Final Fantasy 17, I think the villain needs real consideration. Many stories, I think, make or break on a villain. Many fantasy adventures are only as strong as the villain that you are up against. And I think Ultima from Final Fantasy 16 is a great example of this not particularly working well. I think Ultima fell flat for a lot of players in an otherwise pretty good, quite strong entry. Many players have also called for Square to bring another female hero into the series, with Lightning and the tech demo hero Agni being the only real nods or efforts towards this. Personally, I'm on board with that. I think there's almost a character arc and development is there organically done. But personally, I, as a big
This
fan of
makes
villains, I
building
would
a
love
lot
to see
easier,
a central
actually.
female
I
antagonist.
see.
And Benedicta, playing Final Fantasy 16, reminded
I
me of this, or made me think about this, because Benedicta was a brilliant character, but of course she was only a temporary, tertiary, sort of tragic villain in 16. And I really think they could take a
feel
character like
hungry.
that and run with it and have her develop, you know, over a full game. So potential female central villain for a new Final Fantasy game would be great. And beyond that, again, subjective personal point, I do wonder whether they could dial back
No, because we have
on
better
the
stuff.
summons being a central aspect of story. Not saying I dislike them, I think they're very important. They are an awesome aspect of the anthology and a cornerstone of the games. But to date, we have had summons as an increasingly central part of the story. You know, we've had a summoner's journey to some degree or another pretty much since Final Fantasy IX. We've had the summons as gods in Final Fantasy 15. We've had them as nation-state weapon characters in Final Fantasy 16. And it'd be interesting for me, I think, if we could set them more to one side like they are in the Final Fantasy VII anthology, like they were in Final Fantasy VIII, and have them kind of supporting a story that is focused on something else entirely. Aside from that, I'm pretty easy as long as Final Fantasy XVII gives me some compelling characters thrown together in a fellowship, some interesting obstacles to overcome, personal dilemmas to explore. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be there for it. But I would love to know your thoughts and feelings about what you would like to see from a new Final Fantasy game. I'm always keen to get other impressions and opinions from the fandom because Final Fantasy is so rich and diverse in this sort of people that play it and what they personally take and like to see in these stories. So hit me up in the comments, let me know what you would like to see in a Final Fantasy 17. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the episode, please consider joining me on Patreon. Alternatively, if you feel like donating me a coffee, you can do so. The links are available below.
Not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds? But when Verizon announced that I could lock
My cat is being a complete and utter demon. What are you doing? Oh. Well. You gonna climb the wall? What? I'm sorry, my table's covered in things. Many apologies. My goodness. Let me clean up my desk. Do I need to open the door some more? Is that what's wrong? Here you go. More open. There you go. Wah, you're welcome. There you go. Door wasn't open enough. Now the door's more open. More open, please. Okay. That should be good. Go to the depot. Oh my god. And she still ran into a wall. Alright, why are y'all fighting? If y'all are gonna... Hello. Lexi. No. Oh my god. Some of y'all are fighting, and I don't appreciate that sort of behavior. So we're gonna send y'all on below. Oh my god. Quit beating my cat. Awesome. What if we didn't do that? What if we just focused on the one? Alrighty. This do be again. Oop. Okay. Well, Cardinal. Hell yeah. Cool. We are collecting snacks. Oh, Jesus. We did find a download passage. Yeah. Wow. Okay. First things first. Put a hat on. Where are you? Just fucking. Mm. Ugh. Oh goodness. Come here. Alice. 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 Oh, is that an Ed boy? Hi, Ed. Eddie. It might be. It might be delicious. You grow up. Okay. Anyway. Bird. Oh, they're reciting the Crundle. Okay, thanks for. I'm good for now.
Over-the-shoulder trick shot.
I'm Jesper. I'm a beginner woodworker from Denmark. I'm also a YouTuber who thought I could save some money by doing some DIY in my own house. But I shouldn't have done that, because welcome to A Year in My Life. This story begins in... It all started so innocently. My wife and I had a celebration coming up in May, and in a moment of pure optimism or delusion, we decided, hey, let's host it here at home and save some money, because that always goes well. Since it had been a while since we last painted the living room and the kitchen, we figured a quick refresh would do the trick. Nothing major, just a bit of paint, maybe some minor touch-ups, and then I looked up. We have this rafter ceiling running through both rooms, and it has always annoyed me. It's lower than the rest of the house. It makes the space feel dark and cramped, and worst of all, I've always had this suspicion that it was hiding something. And now that I was actually paying attention to it, I noticed something new. It was sagging. A lot.
Oh no.
At first I thought maybe it's just poorly mounted, maybe it's just old. But then my brain quietly reminded me of something else that I have seen over the years. On the first floor there were these gaps between the floorboards and the wall trim, a subtle sign that something maybe isn't right. And of course, did I listen to that voice and decide to leave it alone? No. Instead, I turned to my wife and casually suggested maybe I should take a look behind a few of these boards. And since she didn't immediately scream, absolutely not, I took that as a green light, of course, to start ripping down the ceiling. Now, at first I thought this will be quick. I'll just peek behind one board and put it back up if everything looks fine, and I trusted her. Just to be safe, I turned on the camera. You never know when there's a new video popping up. Because also, worst case scenario, it would be a pain, but at least it could be a great video. Well, the first thing I found behind the board was another board, so I kept going. Then I found a hole in the wall, then random layers of insulation, and then in the middle of all that DIY archaeology, I spotted something that made my stomach drop. A broken reed plaster ceiling with ornamental stucco decorations. Now, I'm not entirely sure what these types of ornate plaster decorations are called in English, but in Danish we call them stuk. I have this exact kind of decoration in my office, which still has its original ceiling from 100 years ago. It's beautiful, it is solid, and it is still in almost perfect shape. And here, hidden above an awful 90s ceiling, was another one, except this one had been smashed to hell. Why? Because some absolute genius from the past decided to remove walls, bash holes into plaster, and slap up a lower ceiling to cover up the mess. They removed 2 load-bearing walls. Yes, load-bearing. They smashed through a handcrafted ceiling that took actual craftsmanship to make, and they covered it up with the cheapest possible 90s tongue-and-groove panels, a crime against architecture. And now, thanks to them, my ceiling was sinking into my living room.
With Chewy, get their mealtime match at a great price. Figaro loves chicken, except when he hates chicken, but has no beef with beef when the mood is right. For fast delivery, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
When the Minnesota Wild win, you win with Papa John's Pizza. Celebrate the day after a Wild win. Get 50% off pizzas at regular menu price online at papajohns.com with promo code WILDWIN. Nothing goes better with a Wild win than Papa John's Pizza. Use code WILDWIN at papajohns.com or on the app the day after a Wild win to get 50%
50% off regular menu price pizzas. Only from your locally owned and operated Papa John's. Proud partner of the Minnesota Wild.
At this point, I had zero choice but to keep going. So I ripped down the rest of the lower ceiling, exposing more and more of the original structure. And let me tell you, it just kept getting worse. Some of the original rafters were completely rotten. The worst sacking was exactly where the load-bearing walls used to be. Meanwhile, my daughter Julia was working on the interior of the cabin we started last summer. And since she needed insulation for the walls, I figured, well, at least something good can come out of this mess. So I took the old rock wool insulation from the ceiling and handed it over to her. Full recycling.
Alexandria, stop ruining my food.
With the last pieces of the lowered ceiling gone, I could finally see the entire ruined ceiling in all its tragic glory. And the more I looked, the more I realized that this was no longer just a quick renovation. This was a full-on reconstruction. I needed to replace the rotten rafters, fix the insulation, and rebuild the ceiling from scratch. So I relocated the kitchen into my office, which now doubled as a kitchen, living room and also a workshop, and covered the floor with protective cardboard, because things were about to get messy, I thought. My wife had been researching restoration options, and she found out that there are very few people left who still do handmade stucco ornament work. These experts usually restore castles, which means hiring one would probably cost as much as buying an entirely new house, and the alternative, pre-made ornaments. But those would never fully match the original ones. So after weeks of hoping for a different answer, the truth finally sank in. There was only one option. I had to take the original ceiling down. I knew this was going to be a horrific job, so I sealed off the rest of the house to keep the dust contained, and I covered up electronics to protect them from the inevitable mess. I mentally prepared myself for absolute destruction, and then I did what any reasonable person would do. I tried to hire someone else to do it. I found a guy, he agreed, we set a price, we scheduled a weekend, and then he never showed up. So now there was no escaping it. I grabbed my dust mask, pulled on my gloves, and got to work.
Don't burn the food. Oh no, my food. No.
The Bob Dylan story in itself is a story about being an artist and how we find our way in the world. One of the things that's most important to me are the performances, is the collaboration with the actors.
Once upon a time, you're just so fine. You the bums a dime in your prime.
Timmy and I, it's been 5 years working on this movie together.
It was important for me to sing and play live because if I can actually do it, why should there be an element of artifice here? And I'm proud that we took that leap. You used to laugh about.
He's
40 songs in the movie that he performs live on guitar and harmonica and singing live, take after take after take.
I had goosebumps. You can see how much love and how hard he's worked and how much he cares about getting this right.
I see you in there. It's a true feat to do these songs. It was a process, man.
What?
Boyd somehow made it his own. You know, it feels just as authentic and true as Johnny Cash, but sort of brings his own energy to it.
So, to recap, I tried to do a quick renovation. I discovered a century-old wood turret ceiling. I learned that load-bearing walls were removed. I realized my bedroom was slowly sinking into my living room. I was now covered in 100-year-old plaster dust. And it was only February. What could possibly go wrong in... At this point, I had accepted my fate and had called for real help in the shape and form of my friend Jonas, who happens to work as a contractor, a real one. And sure enough, when Jonas arrived on Monday to take a look at the structural work, he took one look at the ceiling and said, "Yeah, this is bad." Jonas pulled down a few latches to reveal some structural beams. We found fully rotted structural beams, and these weren't just any beams. They weren't just 100 years old. They were from a previous house built here in the 1800s, and they were supposed to be holding up my entire second floor. That's right, my bedroom was being supported by two ancient wooden beams that probably should have retired a century ago. And to make things even better, those beams had originally been supported by load-bearing walls
No,
that
come here.
someone
Come here.
had very confidently
Ah!
removed. So now, instead of actual walls, they had left behind two lonely, overworked beams struggling to hold up everything. This was not great news. So Jonas asked the most important question of the day.
Go, baby.
Are you still using the upstairs? And I said, yeah, that's our bedroom. Jonas sprints to the car, comes back with steel props and starts jacking up the entire ceiling. So within minutes, my house had suddenly gained a new indoor jungle gym of adjustable steel props holding up the sagging beams and essentially stopping my bedroom from becoming my living room. And just to confirm our suspicions, Jonas managed to jack the ceiling back up by 5 to 10 centimeters. This was definitely the reason it was sagging. With the immediate danger under control, we started cutting out the now retired hand-hewn beams, making space for new supports, and Jonas had a plan. Install steel I-beams to replace the old ones and properly carry the weight of the upper floor. Simple? Yeah, well...
Why is everybody putting up with ads like it's 2010? Like it's 2025, guys. Just use Pi. Set up and
Hurrah! I'm gonna finish this trade and I will be there.
Finding someone who could cut custom steel beams to the exact size we needed was easier than expected thanks to Jonas's contacts. Actually installing them was another story. But the guy who cut and delivered the beams was kind enough to stick around and help with lifting them into place. just getting them into position, that wasn't
All
enough.
good.
We also needed to make sure the walls could properly distribute the weight. So another small beam had to be installed inside the wall to support the structure. And at this point, I was wondering if we should
Why not?
just start calling this house a
You
rebuild
love rant.
instead of a renovation.
You're over rant. You're breaking up with rant.
Somewhere in the middle of all this, I found myself staring at the mess and
Aw.
thinking, will this ever be a normal living space again? But honestly, I was just incredibly grateful that Jonas and his friends were there. Because if I had done what some of the previous homeowners did, ignore the problem, slap another ceiling on top and call it a day, my bedroom would have eventually crashed into the living room. And as exciting as this sounds for YouTube content, I prefer my sleeping arrangement to remain on the second floor. With the new beams in place and my house no longer threatening to self-destruct, we moved on to the next step, building a level framework for the ceiling. The original ceiling had sagged unevenly over time, so we had to adjust each wooden rafter to compensate. Some sections were higher, some were lower, but by the end we had a solid level base to attach a new ceiling to. And once the grid was in place, I had just
A
enough
bloop.
space to
Who's
add
blooping
some
me?
insulation.
Who's
I've been
blooping?
thinking about trying wood fiber insulation for a while, and this seemed like the perfect moment to finally go for it. So I rushed out and bought a stack of it, because I was excited and because I wanted to feel that I was in control of something.
It's a good
And
ring.
honestly, it was kind of amazing. No etching, no lung-destroying fiberglass dust, great for soundproofing, which is ideal when your bedroom is above
Hey,
the living
Rockwell.
room. Framework for the ceiling. The original ceiling had sagged unevenly over time, so we had to adjust each wooden rafter to compensate. Some sections were higher, some were lower, but by the end we had a solid level base to attach a new ceiling to. And once the grid was in place, I had just enough space to add some insulation. I've been thinking about trying wood fiber insulation for a while, and this seemed like the perfect moment to finally go for it. So I rushed out and bought a stack of it, because I was excited and because I wanted to feel that I was in control of something. And honestly, it was kind of amazing. No etching, no lung-destroying fiberglass dust, great for soundproofing, which is ideal when your bedroom is above the living room, and more environmentally friendly than rock wool or fiberglass, and it holds its shape over time, so no annoying setting that reduces effectiveness. The only downside is it is so dense and it does not want to be shoved into place. Let's just say there was a lot of pushing, cursing and recutting involved, but by the end of the weekend the entire ceiling grid was stuffed with insulation and I was feeling pretty good about this last minute decision.
Mumford and Sons return.
times better than struggling alone. Jonas's strategy was two people lifting, one person prepping the next board. My original plan was me alone, wrestling plasterboards onto the ceiling with a lift. Safe to say, his way was way better and also way faster. And finally, with the ceiling starting to look like an actual ceiling again, a new reality was settling in. We were getting close. The room still had a million finishing touches left, but after months of destruction, sacking beams, and near-house collapse moments, we were finally rebuilding. And just when I thought I could breathe for a second, I looked around and realized, hey, there was still a massive 15 to 20 centimeter gap around the entire ceiling that we needed to fix. Well, at least the house wasn't falling apart anymore. By now, I had spent months on renovations, moved my entire kitchen and living room into my office, and not uploaded a single YouTube video in forever. So I decided to do something productive. Instead of finishing the ceiling, boring, I spent an entire weekend recording the voiceover to my new video about my entire journey from beginner to full-time woodworker and YouTuber. Why? Because my audience had probably assumed that I died, because I needed to make some money, and because I needed to remind myself why I started doing this in the first place. Back in the real world, my wife and I had to make a big decision where to celebrate our 25th wedding anniversary in May. Originally, the plan was to host it at home here, but let's be honest, our house was still like a borderline construction site. So when a local winery that also happens to make the wine from our own vineyard's grapes offered to host a party in their wine tasting facilities, we gratefully accepted. Because at this point, throwing a party in a beautiful winery sounded way better than panic renovating a half-finished house. With that settled, we started sending out invitations and pretending that we had everything under control. By May, I had officially hit renovation exhaustion. But there was one bright spot. The video I had been working on for what felt like forever had finally been released. And to my surprise, it actually found an audience. That video, 1.5 hours of my journey from beginner to full-time woodworker, not only did well, but it meant that I could pay the bills and, most importantly, pay Jonas for saving my house from complete collapse. I guess I'm lucky. After months of chaos, it felt surreal to just step away from the construction zone, be surrounded by family and friends, and enjoy an evening where the biggest decision was what wine to drink next. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't thinking about renovation problems, unfinished projects, or how much money I had thrown into the house. I was just there, present and enjoying the moment. And as I looked around at the people who had supported me through this absolute roller coaster of a year, I realized that renovation mess aside, we had actually come pretty far. The house was still standing, the channel was miraculously still going, and somehow, despite everything, I was still mostly sane. Not bad for 3 months of complete chaos. But then came June. With the anniversary celebration behind us and no immediate disasters looming over my head for once, I finally felt like I had some energy to get back to the renovation. There was about a million things still left to do, like putting up the exterior cladding on the cabin with Julia, but one thing in particular had been nagging me, that was the kitchen. Remember when I ripped out the ceiling and in the process also demolished the IKEA range hood? Yeah, I wasn't exactly planning on putting that thing back up because I hate IKEA. It had served its time, let's just say that, and honestly, I never really liked it.
Free Tax USA. Free, let's break that down. Free federal returns for everyone, and that means any deduction, any credit, free. with a max refund guaranteed and state $14.99 no matter what. No matter how complicated your taxes are, we provide step-by-step guidance with incredibly accurate and secure software that people seem to really like. With millions of free returns filed, why not try it out? freetaxusa.com.
Radar knows that sound means a Chewy delivery is on the way. All the goods for all the pets. Even his brother Echo. For low prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
I had a new plan. I had found a built-in range hood from Miele, and all I had to do now was just to build a custom cover for it. Simple, right? Yeah. But this wasn't just about installing a range hood. This was the first real step toward building the entire kitchen. That was what I told myself. So while I was cutting and assembling pieces for the range hood, I started thinking about something bigger. About this time last year, I made an update video where I casually mentioned a big wild dream, turning my old barn into something new. Now, this barn isn't just old. It has roots going back to the 1800s. It's kind of beautiful, or it was. It has this traditional structure that's seen generations of use, but it's also falling apart, and it has been badly maintained at least the last 50 years. And instead of letting this rot away, I plan to take it apart and rebuild it as a maker barn. And this will be a place where old school craftsmanship meets modern woodworking. Courses, maker camps, and meetups could happen here. Traditional building techniques could be preserved and taught here. And because I put that dream into words, because I said it out loud in a video, things started to happen. People in the comments loved the idea. Some really skilled makers reached out saying they would love to be a part of it. And then something even bigger happened. I was contacted by the Northmen, the Guild of Master Craftsmen in Latvia. They invited me to attend one of the timber framing courses later in the year. That's right, I was going to learn how to build this barn the proper way. And suddenly this crazy idea wasn't just a dream anymore. There was still plenty of stuff to do. I started fixing the walls with filler and sanding, aka the most boring but necessary steps in renovation. I spent way too much time trying to get an electrician to actually show up. Living room and cabin still needed wiring. And then out of nowhere, Rubio Monaco invited me to Belgium for their atelier event. August rolled in, and with it came my completely rational belief that I could remodel the kitchen in just 1 month. The plan was simple: tear out the sad, abused IKEA cabinets that had somehow survived our household for years, build new, superior cabinets with my own 2 hands, install them effortlessly, enjoy my new kitchen, and sip coffee while admiring my handiwork. Reality check. The IKEA cabinets didn't go down without a fight. They were falling apart, but still somehow too stubborn to remove without a struggle. Let's just say they met a violent end. RIP budget particle board, you will not be missed. With the old cabinets gone, I grabbed my trusty birch plywood and started cutting up pieces for the new ones. Since these would be hidden behind the fancy kitchen hardware, I decided to fully embrace my lazy side and use pocket hole joinery with wood glue, because suffering is optional in this case. At this point, I was feeling productive, but then I looked up. Wires just hanging from the ceiling. You see, my original electrician had started the job, then mysteriously vanished. No text, no calls, no sorry I ran off to join the circus. Just gone. Turns out finding a new electrician mid-project is harder than getting front row seats at a Beyoncé concert. So the kitchen was now a battlefield of unfinished cabinets, exposed wiring, and my shattered dreams. I remained optimistic, that means stupid, thinking it's fine, we'll sort it out in September rolled in, and it was finally time to pack my bags, grab my work boots, and haul myself over to Latvia for something that I had been looking forward to since spring: a hardcore 10-day timber framing course. My excitement level was through the roof, but my confidence level was somewhere in the basement. Because here's the thing, I was about to spend over a week using nothing but hand tools. No power saws, no cordless drills, just axes, chisels, and my questionable upper body strength. And while many of the other participants were professional carpenters or builders, I was just the guy who makes things out of pallet wood on YouTube. No pressure. But as soon as we got started, I remembered why I love this kind of work. It is one thing to watch someone talk on a screen about joinery techniques, and it's a whole other thing to try and actually grab an axe, feel the wood, and carve out a perfect joint with your own hands. There's something incredibly satisfying about working this way. The goal of the course was to take raw logs and turn them into a fully raised timber frame by the end of the 10 days. And in between sweating over chisels and questioning my life choices, I got talking with the guys behind the Northmen who, as it turns out, surprise, are just as obsessed with wood as I am. And that's where the conversation about my woodworking barn began. You know, the idea that got me to Latvia in the first place, the reconstruction of my barn? The Northmen liked that idea too. So enter Søren. Søren is a blacksmith, timber framer, and also, unbeknownst to me, an incredible designer, and he was also teaching at the timber framing course. And after hearing about my barn idea, he casually said, "I'll help you design it." And just like that, we were sketching out a full timber frame structure. Now, I could have gone the easy route and just order a steel construction, but I really wanted something from wood, something that would last generations, something built with axes and chisels the way they did 200 years ago. Fresh off the timber framing course and feeling absolutely unstoppable, I came home and immediately harvested grapes. Yep, it was vineyard time again. Remember that winery up the road where we had our anniversary party? Well, we gave them our grapes for their production, and those lovely people invited us to help with the grape harvest in our own vineyard. We had a great day, by the way. So, while my kitchen still looked like a construction site, I was out in the fields playing farmer. Priorities non-existent. And just like that, poof, October disappeared and turned into Somewhere between axing timber in Latvia and crushing grapes, I made a brilliant decision. Let's invite everyone over for Christmas. Because what's the holiday season without some extra stress? Now, the problem was our floors. These were 100-year-old pine floors that had seen a bit of everything. They looked like absolute garbage after the past year of house renovation, so instead of replacing them, which would have made sense, I convinced a guy with a massive sander to come over and fix my mistakes. It did a fantastic job. The floors were now smooth, free of 100 years of grime and ready for a new finish. Enter Rubio Monocoat. They had just launched 20 new wood protection colors and they reached out saying, "Wanna try one?" My response, "Yes, please, send help." We picked linen, a nice light grayish color that took away the freshly sanded pine glow and made the space feel more modern. They even came over to apply it, which was a blessing because at this point I was running on fumes. Now we just had to finish the walls, fix the ceilings and figure out why our house still echoed like a medieval cathedral. Easy, right? With Christmas fast approaching, I had one final mission: to fix the horrible acoustics in the living room. The combination of these new floors, the new ceiling and completely empty walls had turned our space into an echo chamber. Not ideal for cozy holiday gatherings. The solution was to design a sound-absorbing feature wall. So I ordered some foam panels, cut up a massive chunk of ash and built 2 giant beams to mount on the wall. But it didn't stop there. No, I went full woodworking nerd and created a stacked firewood installation between the beams. And why did I do this? It absorbs sound like crazy. It looks awesome and I had a ton of firewood laying around. And just like that, the living room was finally starting to feel like a real space again. But wait, there's more. Somehow, amidst all this chaos, I managed to 3D print a minimalist cone lamp, because clearly I'm incapable of resting. And then Christmas arrived. This house that had been a construction zone for a year, was now filled with family, warmth and an absurd amount of food.
Okay, everyone is trying to come up with crazy ways to skip ads. Like, chill, guys, just download Pi. This Chrome extension takes 5 seconds to set up and it blocks ads on any website you visit. It makes the ads just like disappear. It's that simple. No more interruptions. But it gets even better. With Pi, you can actually get paid to
And as I sat there surrounded by the people who made this journey worthwhile, I realized something. This wasn't just about fixing a house. This was about building something bigger. The dream of a maker barn, a place where people can come together and create and learn, is actually happening. And I am so excited about this. We are actually harvesting the wood for it. If you're wondering where this magical timber is coming from, this is Latvia. Why? Because Latvia is basically a giant forest. Over 50% of the country is covered in trees, and not only that, but their forestry management is actually increasing the tree coverage. Every tree they cut, they plant 2.5 new ones. So, no, I am not single-handedly destroying the nature to build my dream barn. In fact, this whole process is being done as sustainably as possible. The timber is being harvested in late February, which is the best time to cut wood if you want it to dry properly and resist rot. This wood will then be milled, cut and shaped into a full timber frame in Latvia before it is being shipped to Denmark for the raising. So I'm celebrating a house that didn't collapse, a year of ridiculous projects, a woodworking channel that is still running somehow, and a woodworking barn that is finally taking shape. And most importantly is to you. Thanks for sticking around, watching and supporting this crazy journey. Now let's see what kind of chaos 2025 will bring.
Almost done eating. Oof, oof, oof. Oh my god. What are you bringing home? Hmm. Oh no. Good job, y'all. I mean, if you have to kill it. Okay. No, it's gonna take a while. More people show up. Man. Oh god. Crumble and moving over You guys want lunch? We can do that. I don't know. All right. Let's go. Cool. All right. Gotta feed the cats really quick. Hi, cat. Are you starving? You hungry? You hungry? All right, y'all ready for screaming cat time? Say wah, wah, wah. Miss Lady, are you hungry? All right, let's go. Get dinner. Go. Because if you ain't got nothing to do, you can wash the dishes. Right, Wiki? Poor baby. Love you, have fun. Alice, don't. Are we friends? Hey, that wasn't bad. Good job, girls. Ladies, for not biting each other's heads off. Everybody can have a treat. We chose peace instead of violence. Everybody gets a treat. You get a treat. And you get a treat. And you get a treat. Look at you guys go. That's just cute. The treats away. Okay. Let's feed them cats. You ready for lunch? You gotta walk. You gotta walk to where we eat lunch. Yep. Good job. You did it. Kitty kitty number one. Kitty kitty number two. Kitty kitty. Kitty 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 kitty. Alright. Forgotten beast lardy Guessulet has come. A towering pterosaur with lidless eyes. It has two long curving horns and appears to be emaciated. Its scarlet scales are large and overlapping. Beware its webs! Beware its webs! You're hungry? Well, you came to the right spot. You're getting fed less because you never get your food. Far this bowl. Well, no one ever gives you what you want. I know. I'm the worst. Alright, Bebop. 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 Alice! Peach. Peach said absolutely not. Okay. I'm coming, Weezy. Getting Ed to move is such a pain. No, that's not for you. There. Okay, there you go. Everybody happy? Just a moment. Hi.
How's it going?
I don't want no Girl Scout cookies. Alright, just a moment. I ain't seen a Girl Scout in forever. I wouldn't know. Okay, inspection over. We live in a big city now, and in the big city, they actually check out your living spaces instead of just letting you destroy houses, which is pretty neat. Because where I'm from, nobody checks anything, and you can just like, for example, I know this happens in big cities, but like where I'm from, they take like 100-year-old Victorian houses kind of thing, and then cut them into like 5 quote unquote apartments, and so like you have a bedroom with like a kitchenette installed, and ooh, the plumbing in these places and the electrical is pretty scary. Um, and oftentimes it's a lot of slumlord behavior, so things are not taken care of like they're supposed to. But here it's like the city's gonna inspect, the people who own the place inspect. There's like a third party doing it, and they're all different inspections. So like the city was like, we're gonna randomly pick some apartments and make sure you guys aren't growing mold or like letting bad, terrible things happen, which is cool because like I had a cousin who was living in a place that had like sewage leaking into the basement. Rent was cheap though, so what are you gonna do? All right, I think I do need a small break. I think I'm gonna put on a really nice YouTube. I need a small break so that I can take care of myself. Oh no, I fucking hope not. That is the last thing I need. Something fun. Oh, The Six Shapes of God. I need to rewatch this actually. If you haven't seen it, it's great. And if you haven't, just listen to it.
I was driving with a friend along the highway when
I love
suddenly,
this series.
to our left, came into view a beautiful lake. We both gasped and pointed. They said, "I want to go here." And I said, "Imagine we were here." Then I started laughing. It's obvious what we meant, but what we said reeked of absurdity. I want to go here. Imagine we were here. We are here.
Here we are!
When you're imagining something, you're conjuring a fantasy. You're seeing something in your head that your actual head is not seeing. Imagining that you're here is like you're recreating in fantasy what you're already seeing, and then you take the fantasy and overlay it on what you're seeing, resulting in nothing. But the laughter of the lake wasn't a laugh of redundant, absurd meaninglessness. It didn't feel like that. It felt like super truth laughter. Imagine we were here increased the lucidity and crispness of my consciousness. It felt like I was grounded and flying simultaneously, like I was having a beautiful dream, but I was more awake than I'd ever been. Something about this shape made me more in touch with the spiritual dimension. It made me feel close to God. I proceeded to ponder this, and 5 additional shapes were revealed to me, and now it's this. This is 6 shapes of God, tricks and tips to trigger transcendence. All roads lead to the end of the Barbie movie. Shape 1, imagination. If I tell you to imagine a stop sign, you can. Do it now. Good boy. You see this stop sign in your mind's eye. It's a weird hallucination floating somewhere in your consciousness. You see a stop sign even though none of your senses perceive it. You are somehow astral projecting out of your body into a phantasmagoric shadow dimension. Isn't that cool that you can do that? Your imagination also allows you to transcend time. How did you imagine a stop sign? Well, you've seen one before, and you're gonna see one again. So even though you don't see one right now, when you imagine one, you are traveling into the past and into the future. You can't perceive the future in the past. You never can. You only ever perceive the present. You are always reconstructing the past or simulating the future based on what your senses once perceived but no longer do. Every time you anticipate things that will happen in the future or you remember things that happened in the past, you see those things floating in this weird translucent hallucinatory mind's eye space. You gotta water the brain electricity with the juices from your mind palace's fountain. And you do it all the time. Look at this. Imagine your next dentist appointment. You're simulating the future. Now imagine that you're in your childhood bedroom. You're reconstructing the past. Now imagine that teleportation technology has been invented by an American VC-funded startup, and Amazon quickly acquires it and starts selling it through an Uber clone app, so everyone can teleport anywhere, but it costs like $100 a mile. Imagine this occasionally causes you to blow your entire month's budget when you hit the snooze button too many times, and in your shameful sleep-in panic, you turn to Amazon poof. Okay, so now you've used your mind's eye not to simulate the future or reconstruct the past, but to slip into a parallel reality. You can time travel, but you can also venture the multiverse. And these things are not cleanly distinguished from each other. They use the same muscle. Remembrance, prediction, creativity, fiction, and anxiety are all transcendent imagination games. It seems, by all accounts, humanity has a particularly overpowered imagination in comparison to other animals. And this imagination, fused with our ability to connect it to the material plane of existence through tool making, has allowed us to domesticate wolves, overfish the oceans, create and watch the Martha Stewart Netflix documentary. Humans remember better than any other species because we build the reconstructed past into physical material objects like books or even just verbally transmitted stories and commonly shared language. Humans predict the future with a startling degree of accuracy and modify our behavior in the present based on our foresight of the future. It's as if we can live a week and then reset the week like a video game and act the week out knowing what will happen in the week. That's what planning is. And we also often use our ability to slip out of reality into fantasy, to grab things that we see in the fantasy and drag them back into reality. Like when you lose something and then you have a dream that you found it, and then as you're trying to wake up, you're trying to bring it with you. It was right there. I can't be the only one that does that, right? This is often called having an idea. People who are very good at multiverse travel we call creative or inventors. The relationship between transcendent imagination and embodied material reality is precisely why so many mythologies describe human beings as half god, half animal, or animals that have some sort of relationship to the gods. We are half spirit, half flesh. We are definitely animals. We can tell. We're trapped in time and space and inside of our bodies. We are our bodies with beating hearts, breathing lungs, eating mouths and shitting anuses. But we are also tantalizingly able to taste infinity. We are not fully here in our bodies in the present moment, in this physical space at this point in time. At some point in evolution, we ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. We are locked outside of the amoral, blissfully ignorant prison of instinctual animal existence, banished from the paradise of the flesh and unable to fully transcend into the paradise of the heavens. We are both profane and sacred, and neither fully. We are locked in between. Yearning to be purely animal or purely God is not the answer. Human beings are most actualized, most ourselves, when we unite our natures in glorious interplay, when you have ideas and express them through action. We bring the heavens down to earth and raise the earth up to the heavens, when we use our transcendent capacity to imagine a better world and use our bodies to build that better world here. We celebrate our animal and godlike natures by participating in creation. This is our gift, our blessing, our burden, our responsibility, and our honor. Animals exist in the eternal present. The gods exist in the eternal everything. We get to experience process. So anyways, remember the lake? When you use your imagination to imagine that you are where you physically are, you are connecting this tool of transcendence with material reality. You are coding the physical world with divinity. You're using a time machine to travel to where you already are. Imagine we were here. Oh my God, I'm here. Imagine we were here. I
So I
want
fed
to
my
go
cat,
here
and
is not
then
a
the
redundancy.
inspector
It's
people
you
came in,
using
and
your
I think someone
capacity
got
for
scared
transcendence to
and
intentionally
threw up
emit
whatever they
the
had at
physical
lunch. So I gotta
reality
clean
in
that
the
up.
time and
I'll be back in
space
a few
in
minutes.
which you live. Affirming the validity of existence, speaking the eternal yes to the eternal now.
Yes.
Shape 2, goals. In philosophy,
There is a castle in the middle of a forest in Colorado that has a fire-breathing dragon, a teetering bridge to nowhere, and a cathedral-like grand ballroom. But that's not even the craziest part. On top of all of that, it's one of the largest, if not the largest, one-man project in the world, and it's waiting for you to come explore it for free.
He always used to say this is a testament to what a poor man can do if he puts his mind to it.
This is the one-of-a-kind story of Bishop Castle. A walk around Bishop Castle is what you get when you mix engineering with ingenuity. Jim Bishop spent over 50 years of his life assembling the structure in the woods of Custer County, Colorado, hauling rocks from local parks, ornamental metal from his job, and even discarded scrap items from his friends. The end result is something else to say the least. Case in point is
we sometimes distinguish between an instrumental value and an intrinsic value. Intrinsic values are things that are valuable in and of themselves. People do not eat ice cream because it makes you live longer or brings about world peace or gives you power over others. You eat ice cream because yum. Ice cream. An instrumental value, on the other hand, is a thing that is not valuable for its own sake. It's valuable because it leads to valuable things. I do my taxes not because I just love doing taxes. I do my taxes so I don't get arrested. And I do my taxes because I'm very grateful for my society. I want to contribute to it. And I want to have a stake when I say we should change it. Remaining free from prison, reaping the benefits of society, and contributing to that society are intrinsic values to me. So I do my taxes as an instrumental value, understanding it leads to these intrinsic values. When I go on my daily walk in the park, am I doing it because it's a beautiful day outside? I want to stretch my legs, smell the air, and wave hi to the little old ladies on my street? Or am I going on my daily walks because I desperately need to become the most fuckable, suckable person in the grocery store? In the first circumstance, walking is an intrinsic value. I do it for its own sake. In the second circumstance, walking is instrumentally valuable in that it slowly leads to me becoming so fuckable and suckable, all the bitches in the grocery store relinquish the juices from their salivary glands on sight. It's the difference between studying hard in school because you are passionate about the subject you are studying, and studying hard in school because you want to get good grades, because you want to get into grad school, because you want to get a job that your parents picked for you, because you crave their approval and they don't give it to you. You might notice that a life that is constructed purely of instrumental values is not valuable at all. When you live a life lacking in intrinsic value, you run the risk of becoming a wobbly Jenga tower designed to win the approval of your parents, and then they die before you do it and you wasted your life. Whoops! It's happened before, and it can happen to you. As Aristotle recently tweeted, there is some end of the things we do which we desire for its own sake. What thing in life do you desire for its own sake? What acts or experiences or relationships do you find intrinsically valuable without reference to some ultimate goal on the horizon? Are the instrumental actions you are taking actually leading you towards a meaningful, achievable final end? Good to think about, right? Yay, philosophy. But now that I've given you this dichotomy, of course, I have to dialectically collapse it. So it's pretty clear, looking at instrumental values and intrinsic values, that the intrinsic values are the real one. Instrumental values are definitionally not valuable for their own sake. They're fungible. The best instrumental value is probably the most efficient one. If all I care about is making the orifices of these people in this grocery store wet, it doesn't really matter how I achieve this. I could work out and eat well and go on walks, but I also could take a pill that just makes me gorgeous without doing all that work. I could unleash a pathogen that makes everyone want to bang me, and that would work too. The problem is that thinking like this kind of pits you against reality. You lend yourself towards what I call the adversarial mindset. Everything gets categorized into things I care about and the stupid stuff in between me and the thing I care about. And that's not an uncommon way to think. Tons of motivational wisdom on the internet sings this song. You know what we say here, bros? If you want it, you gotta work for it. Everything worth doing is hard. You gotta make sacrifices to slice the salami or whatever. If that works for you, that's great. This is clearly a natural way to think, and it works for a lot of people. But I will not be teaching it to my children. The adversarial mindset doesn't so much motivate me as it makes me want to kill myself. And I believe that's because it accidentally implies that most of life sucks and is undesirable. If the meaning of life is to traverse these instrumental values towards the intrinsic values that we actually care about, then life is a lot of suffering in between islands of relief. Most action is an unfortunately necessary suffering that we must endure, and the best thing we could do is optimize our investment to reward ratio. If we could get rid of most things, we would. The essence of this spirit is wonderfully captured in the opening scene of It's Such a Beautiful Day by Don Hertzfeldt. Bill dropped his keys on the counter and stood there staring at them, suddenly thinking about all the times he'd thrown his keys there before and how many days of his life were wasted repeating the same tasks and rituals in his apartment over and over again. But then he wondered if, realistically, this was his life, and the unusual part was his time spent doing other things. The soul-killing horror of realizing most of your life is meaningless, instrumental suffering and labor, aching for those rare moments of respite and meaning.
Get it twisted? If you lock in, you can do anything. Motherfucker.
No, this doesn't motivate me.
Successful people are better people. Get it twisted?
It makes me feel like reality itself is against me, unless I defeat it. I don't want to fight reality. My grip on my mental health is flimsy as it is. If that's the case, I'll just see myself out. The good news is the adversarial mindset is fundamentally flawed in two major ways, with two major assumptions that it makes. The first faulty assumption is that intrinsic and instrumental values are truly separate. And the second is presuming that you can tell the difference between them. They're not, you can't. And when you think you can, you are robbing yourself of the richness of existence. Such are the consequences of holding a dichotomy too rigidly. So when we're talking about intrinsic values, we're basically talking about goals. You got your intrinsic goals, and then you got your instrumental obstacles to achieving your goals. And the adversarial mindset says, we all wish we could live in goal world forever, but we have to pay the price to get the goals. But the philosopher Harry G. Frankfurt correctly observes that goals and intrinsic values are not synonymous with each other, and our goals are not only intrinsically valuable, they are also instrumentally valuable in that they give shape and substance to our daily lives. Our goals are not important to us exclusively because we value the states of affairs that they envisage. It is not important to us only to attain our final ends. It is also important to us to have final ends. This is because without them, there is nothing important for us to do. If we had no goals at which we aimed for their own sakes, there would be no meaningful purpose in any activity in which we might engage. Having final ends is valuable, in other words, as an indispensable condition of our engaging in activity that we regard as truly worthwhile. The intrinsic values that you supposedly value for their own sake, that you undertake instrumental acts to achieve, are also instrumentally providing you with something that you cannot live without. They give you a life to live. When you accomplish a goal, you don't just sit there and go, yay! You get bored and do other stuff. We are alive, and to live means to do things. To live is to grow. When you stop growing, you die. The paradise that you yearn for instructs what you will create, manifest, and absorb in this limited time you have on Earth. Final ends that are valuable in and of themselves, coloring your whole life with activity, direction, and purpose. The goal is an excuse to experience the process. Reframing reality like this snaps you out of your resentment for life as it is and your yearning longing for a heaven that could be, and throws you back into yourself, into the actions that make up your daily life. And they begin to sing to you. They were waiting for you. These are not obstacles between you and your goal. This is your life. The goal gave you this. This is you. By all means, fix your eyes on intrinsic values and goals that are meaningful for their own sake. The achievement of them would be intrinsically valuable to you. But then, turn your eyes away from that goal to the process and realize this is now going to be the intrinsic value that you are actually experiencing in your life. Engage in the process for its own sake as well.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the inspirational monologue, and this is the part where I tell you I am very bad at this. I am not Zen. I think there's kind of two kinds of people in this world. There's very instrumental people and very intrinsic people. The instrumental people tend to exist very much in their imagination, and they're always kind of planning, conceptualizing, making goals, and they're really bad at like sitting and feeling at peace with the world as it is. The intrinsic people are good at appreciating the small things, but sometimes their life lacks some coherence because they're not always subjugating all the events in their lives into like some grand arc narrative that goes somewhere spectacular and paradisal. This is death instinct people and life instinct people. It's yin and yang, and that's great. That's fine. You can be so this person, so that person, or just a total healthy mix of both. But I tend to believe that me, as this death instinct, goal-setting, unable to appreciate process, impatient, distracted, fantasy person, my mission in life is to stretch to the earth and learn to eat an apple and just like that for that. Saying that scares me, but I have a lot of life to grow. The reason that I can explain these things to you is because I really needed to figure them out. The adversarial mindset splits my body from my spirit. It saps me of that celestial, transcendent, immanent power that my engine organically runs on. It drives me inside of myself, inside of my petulant desires, what I want, what I don't like, what I feel like, what feels good, what feels bad. It makes my life worse without motivating me more. It terraforms all of reality, making it transactional instead of relational. As difficult as it is for me sometimes, endure the process for its own sake. That's the reason that I pursue my intrinsic values, is to embody them in action. There's this non-dualistic sacredness that occurs when you think like this. In my experience, prayer is a good way to get to this place. I let go of my identification with the achievement of the goal. It's okay if I don't quite get to it. I don't punish myself so much for not being the thing that I wish to be. And there, in that peace and acceptance, I am intrinsically motivated to move towards it. And I take joy in the process. It's like my window always says.
Mumford & Sons return. Live across North America with special guests. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Shape 3, Leela. Some Hindu gurus teach that the entire universe as we know it, with all its conflict and separation and confusion and strife and struggle, is actually an elaborate game played by God. We were created out of a spirit of play, the Sanskrit word for which is Leela. Leela teaches that you are not the plaything of the gods. You are God, and this is the game.
Leela, he's messing about. That's the answer. Messing about is look, people crying.
The Supreme Being is everything, knows everything, has everything, is everywhere at once. Just one vibrating singularity suspended in a fat amber of pure intrinsic value. An existence which is perfect and utterly complete. Also, boring. Consequently, in his infinite wisdom and whimsy, the Supreme Being creates the universe and all the things in it with which to play. But because there was nothing and no one outside of the Supreme Being has no one to play with. He must play with himself. So he splits himself up into billions of pieces and scatters the shards of his consciousness across space and time. Much like you shuffle the cards of a deck before you play a game of Go Fish. These are our souls, and they are each unique manifestations of the Supreme Being's endless appetite for a bottomless buffet of embodied experience.
For some, he's God. For some, he's a crook. For some, he's a lover. For some, he's a fighter. So many things he is.
He takes on all these forms and he pays a price for it. But he wants to muck about.
Drama, tragedy, comedy, triumph, failure, fucking and shitting and eating and grieving and killing and being killed. All subtle and succulent scents to the sommelier of everything. What a good line, CJ. Good job. But like a rioting fan of a losing soccer team, God sometimes gets so caught up in the game that he forgets that he's playing it. He forgets that he sought it out. He forgets who he is. Or perhaps getting very invested in the game and then waking up at the end and remembering that it was a game is part of the game. Like you like to get for real scared when you're watching a horror movie. Like you like to actually care about winning while you're playing the game, and then once the game is over, you stop caring. And at the end, you're like, it's only a game.
They're getting murdered.
To live with Leela is to remember who you are. To remember that you sought this out of a ravenous hunger for this particular strain of experience. It is to remember that you're playing.
So obviously what I'm about to say is unprovable. This is stuff that has come to me in vision and that I feel is supported by our philosophical and esoteric traditions. But I feel that my soul decided to incarnate because it wanted to experience duality. So like if I'm just like floating in the celestial cosmic soup and I'm at one with everything and I'm at one with divinity and I'm omniscient and omnipotent and everything's groovy, it's a little bit boring. Little bit
boring.
And I just feel like there's the reason why we're here and why I'm here is because somebody was like, hey, look, there's this place you can go. It's called Earth. It's full of duality. There's night and there's day. There's good and there's evil. There's hate and there's love. You can go down there. It is scary AF. It's also like a kind of beauty that you can't experience in any other way. You can only get it there because it's in contrast with all this super scary stuff. Plus, when you incarnate, you totally forget all of this stuff about who we are now. You just forget it. And you got to remember it again. That's part of the game. You got to remember it while you're on this nutty roller coaster of beauty and pain and night and day. And so I said yes to incarnate.
Carolyn Lovewell is a horny, occult self-help coach. She mixes mythology with psychoanalysis and BDSM kink to reveal the pleasure present in all experience. And apparently, women occasionally orgasm while undergoing her process. All this and more explained in her book, Existential Kink. Although this book did not make my own vagina explode, I did appreciate many of its insights. But in order to do it justice, we must first pivot from religion to Jungian psychoanalysis, which is to say, we are not pivoting at all. The shadow.
I know where this is going.
Who are you? And how'd you get in my house?
Who's that peeping in my window?
The you that hears that question and wants to answer it is called your consciousness. This is the you part of you. You know, you, the part that you tend to think of as you. But there is much more to you than this part that you are aware of. Your consciousness is like a lighthouse, beaming awareness out of your face wherever you look or wherever you turn your mind's eye. but that lighthouse is surrounded by the vast ocean of your subconscious. Your subconsciousness constitutes and is continually generating you even when you are unaware that it is. In many cases, this isn't a very controversial thing to realize. When you speak a sentence or ride a bike, you aren't consciously walking through each individual step of speaking your native language or pedaling. Those processes run invisibly and automatically in your subconsciousness, while your consciousness is concerned with what you're saying or where you're going or whether it looks like the people in the grocery store want to bang you. So this makes sense. It's not very surprising to learn that your fluency in your native tongue is part of you, even though you aren't always conscious and aware of it. But sometimes things emerge from your subconscious ocean that are surprising. When I told my mom that I'm dropping out of college because I'm popping on the internet, she was surprised to find that she was disappointed and uncomfortable with this idea. She always told me that she didn't have any expectations of me. She wanted me to follow my passions, forge my own path, and live the way that I thought was best according to my values instead of trying to live according to her values, because she's an incredible mother. She never told me that she had an expectation that I would graduate college or university with a degree, because she didn't know she had that expectation until I broke that expectation, and the discomfort caused that expectation to rise from her subconscious mind into her conscious awareness. This wasn't really a big deal because she wasn't very attached to this expectation once it revealed itself. She wasn't afraid to communicate it to me, and I wasn't disturbed by it. We experienced it with a sense of play, and we just expressed it and proceeded with our lives. This is what happens every day when you have a healthy relationship with your subconsciousness and the things that lie therein. But sometimes we are afraid and ashamed of the things that lurk within our subconsciousness. Sometimes our subconscious desires and urges are too scary for our conscious ego mind to accept. This forms the shadow. The shadow! If my mother was very emotionally attached to the idea that she is a good mom and doesn't have any expectations of her kids, then the idea that she would be disappointed in her kids not getting a college degree might be so threatening to her idea of herself that she would be afraid to look at it. She would feel that rising up within her and identify it as fundamentally dangerous to who she is as a person. The ego cannot accept part of the self. So, instead, it wraps it up in a subprime mortgage and drops it to the bottom of the subconscious ocean.
That's an intense environment. What's your strategy? How are you going to go?
I'm just going to get as drunk as I can and deny.
This is called repression, and repressing something famously makes it go away forever without any consequences. You just lie to yourself, and the thing that you don't want to look at vanishes in a cartoonish plume of smoke, or so you think. And then you start to act ways that you don't understand and are not totally in control of. For some reason, you keep encountering the same problems, the same kinds of people, the same uncomfortable situations. You feel like the world keeps putting you through the very thing you most fear, and people keep telling you that you are the very thing you most fear to be. Your worst fears keep coming true, and the thing that you want keeps not happening. Little do you know, this is part of you seeking this out. The more you deny your
Almost back.
shadow,
I'm looking
the
for
more
my
it
hoodie.
churns on the ocean
I
floor,
took it off.
demanding
I
to
don't know
be
where.
acknowledged. Like a toothache, you ignore as it gets worse and worse. Your subconscious desires are fighting against your conscious
Found
desires.
it.
The reason that you are not aware of this is precisely because these desires are in conflict with each other. But the more you repress and deny that part of yourself, the more it feels like you are being dragged into the exact opposite of what you want by forces that are completely outside of your control. Scary stuff. Spooky for sure. Scary even.
The shadows hunger for your mind.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. The solution, of course, to this predicament is for you to shine your conscious awareness upon that shadow that you have been denying, avoiding, repressing. This is a process and not an easy one. You have to allow yourself to feel scary things that conflict with your idea of yourself.
We are back.
You have to embrace the bits of yourself that you fear without shame or denial. These repressed memories, desires, urges, needs, wants will haunt you until you allow them to bathe in the light of your conscious awareness. Your ego may crack and come apart, and it now must reconstitute itself with the shadow integrated into it. This is called shadow work, and it is Carolyn Lovewell's area of expertise.
Existential kink is sort of like a radical little shortcut
Oh,
here,
there you
where I'm
are.
just saying, like, hey, If we're willing to radically open our minds and to super humble ourselves and to be open to the possibility that there is more going on in our psyches than our conscious minds generally like or agree to, we can just do this, shadow integration in a matter of weeks or months instead of decades, and we can really move on with our lives.
Style
Oh
and
wow.
substance. In the
She's very
GMC
old, but
Sierra.
like hasn't
Or
killed
get
anything.
0.9% APR on these Sierra models. Or get over 5,300 total value.
Existential kink is essentially a collection of
It is
shadow work
Nike.
exercises that are designed to give you permission to feel the repressed pleasure hidden within those subconscious desires, driving you towards unpleasant conscious results. This means reflecting upon the patterns in your life that you cannot seem to shake and imagining that you may be subconsciously manifesting them and enjoying them. Obviously, if you're in the midst of some severe tragedy or trauma, don't do this first. Be normal before you try the mystic sexual shadow work book. But if you keep finding yourself in the same situation, suffering from the same self-inflicted wounds, ruminating on the same thing, wondering why the universe
We got our
keeps
first
doing this
beast
to
that
you,
might
you can't
destroy
get
us
over
for a
it. I
while.
hate it. I hate it. I'm ashamed.
We've lost
Get it
5
out of me.
people.
This
We're at
isn't me.
population
Get it away
160.
from me. I
We'll
hate
see
it.
what happens.
After
Nobody
you're
shows
through
up
with
and
your
wants to kill it.
96th
I
dose
might have to
of
close the door
denial
too.
and rage and shame spiraling, and you're still not healed,
Oh.
consider trying something different. What if part of you is seeking this out?
Aw.
And that's the factor that you have failed to consider. What if this is a specific strain of pleasure that you can't quite get anywhere else? Imagine for a moment that you're a perverted, amoral freak who loves getting hurt this way and loves hurting others this way. Imagine that there are parts of you that you are unaware of, parts of you that don't even seem like they are you. They're so contradictory to your own conception of yourself. Imagine that these parts of you are drawing you towards these repeated toxic conclusions. And the very thing that your consciousness hates, your subconsciousness is loving. Imagine, if you will, that you are God and you've concocted this unique cocktail of embodied experience for the
Looking
unique,
very good.
succulent pleasure of its suffering. Imagine that what you are
This could be
consciously
really bad.
experiencing as purely frustrating, painful, and torturous, God, hiding within you, is experiencing as play. Existential kink strikes at this core concept from many different angles for its entire read time, but the exercise that has stuck with me the most is called the game of an all-powerful being. I'm gonna just read this, okay? Write in your journal in response to this prompt. Notice that the making of drama, of theater, of fiction is one of the great pleasures of human life. From the pettiest gossip to the most refined tragedy, all dramas come from the same exquisite
There's
impulse
literally
to feel
3
the
people
fun
left
of
in my
tension,
army. I think we're
conflict,
just gonna have to
uncertainty.
lock this door and
Imagine that an
call it good.
all-powerful being has freely decided to be you in your life exactly as it currently
All
is.
right, we
From the
lost
perspective
60
of
dwarves.
this all-powerful being, explain what dramas and games
Yep.
and fictions are being
And
played in
the
your
time I
life.
told you we
What
had
motivates the
160
game? What are
dwarves.
the
Now we have
payoffs?
100.
Who are the evil
There you
villains
go.
in the drama? The adversaries in the game. This has allowed me
Yeah,
to
that's
better
how that
taste
went.
the unpleasant
So we're
experiences
just
in
gonna
my life.
lock that
This has
out.
allowed me to appreciate them as the entertaining drama that they often are. And yes, sometimes I find that there is pleasures contained in things that I thought were pure sufferings. This tends to have a twofold effect in that on one hand it allows you to find some joy in a circumstance that you thought did not contain joy, and also allows you to realize the trade-offs, the cost of abandoning that joy. The thing that you are getting from this negative situation that it may be
There was a dwarf left.
subconsciously making it difficult for
Rip.
you to actually walk away from the situation.
Goodbye,
As soon
dwarf.
as you shine your conscious lighthouse light upon the thing that you are repressing,
Yeah,
the trade-off, the thing that you are getting out of this thing that you don't want to experience, you may be better equipped to actually leave it behind. I suppose I'll read some of these examples. As an all-powerful being, I currently find it richly entertaining to play a game wherein it seems my ultimate value and strength are dependent on what other people think of me. So I need to meet certain qualifications to prove that I'm valuable and win the game. Other people and the judgments that they have are my adversaries in this game. I am trying to be so perfect that they can't possibly negatively judge me. When I play this game, I work myself into a state of feeling anxious and spread thin. Whenever I fail to meet the qualifications, I get to feel guilty and afraid. The more I do this, the more separate and alienated I feel. It's amazing. I can't get this anywhere else. As an all-powerful being, I delight in pretending to be greatly offended by my partner so that I can put her in the role of the evil perpetrator and experience myself as a powerless put-upon victim. Then, from my position of pretending to be powerless, I get to feel righteously superior to the bad one who offends me. Furthermore, I then get to guilt my partner, the bad one, into doing what I want her to do so as to not hurt me worse. Then, I get to dislike myself for being so powerless and victimized because that means I'm failing to meet the qualifications that prove I'm valuable and strong. Now I feel completely disconnected. It's fascinating and delicious. As you heard, this is a journaling exercise, but I have found myself instinctually running this thought experiment in my mind, like every time I experience anything slightly uncomfortable or like boring. I started getting kind of addicted to it. I started doing it even when things are fine. Even when things are good, and it's having an effect. It changes how I think. It makes my thought and my feeling and my perception more lateral. It opens me up, and I suddenly start feeling angles of this unique experience that I did not feel previously. I start seeing things that I was blind to. An overwhelming spirit of gratitude and acceptance and Leela overtakes me. If I, as an all-powerful being, the supreme being even, chose to experience this exact moment, exactly like this, in this exact lifetime, there must be something here I came for. There must be something here that I'm missing, some unique fragrance I'm never gonna smell anywhere else. Something funny, something interesting, something pleasurable, something necessary. This is absolutely necessary. I must be here for a reason. I gotta experience the shit out of this.
I need to be woke so I can experience the shit out of this.
Last month, I came home to my apartment building and all the elevators were out of service. All of them. And the staircase wasn't accessible either. So I was just standing in a line with like 16 other people while one service elevator slowly took one load of people and then went all the way up to get them all off and then slowly descended, picking up everybody that was waiting to leave the building too. All of us were just cramming ourselves up and down this single, like, 6 by 8 feet elevator. I, as an all-powerful being, choose to be waiting in this lobby with 16 indignant, increasingly frustrated people for a single elevator to slowly inch its way up and down at the end of a long day. Immediately my eyes go darting around me. Why'd I come here? What's so special about this? Suddenly, I'm making friends with my neighbors. I'm very enthusiastically speaking to the people that I am stranded with, and I'm thinking about how much I love my apartment and how grateful I am to have a place to live and a job that supports me. The people next to me are going like, this is unbelievable. And I'm like, yeah, this is unbelievable. It's fun. This is unbelievable. I see the other people in line talking to each other like, this is unacceptable. And I'm like, this is unacceptable. I'm on their side. We're all on the same team over here. But I am also secretly thinking, I'm like, do they know that they're also God? Like, he's getting really into this game with himself. I am Ubering home from a party with a loved one, and they say something that makes me feel embarrassed about my behavior at the party. I can tell that they didn't mean it poorly, and they seem a little bit tired and out of it, and so I am measuring whether or not I should think very negatively about them or be like, hey, that hurt my feelings, make myself feel really vulnerable and small, and even though I can sense that be a little pathetic and degrading in this context right now, then I, as an all-powerful being, am choosing to feel insecure at something that someone I trust said that I know they didn't mean negatively. All of a sudden, I am gazing deeply at my own interiority, the wants and needs that make up me. I'm looking at my self-image, my insecurities, my social anxiety like they're paintings in a gallery. All of a sudden, I'm thinking about the fact that I wasn't popular in high school and this person was. I learn so much about myself, and by the time that I mention to the other person how they made me feel, I don't seem pathetic or weak at all. I am playing, and I want them to play with me. I am dragging a suitcase through downtown Toronto's financial district in a massive wind tunnel of skyscrapers, getting annihilated by freezing, whipping winds and ice-cold rain, wishing that I was just home and this trip was just over, thinking, I, as an all-powerful being, I don't want to live a life where I never experience this. I want to know what this feels like. I don't want to die not having experienced this enough. I want to experience this sometimes, and this is the time. And as painful and freezing as it was, I begin laughing and screaming with inexplicable joy. When I die,
So
my
that's
soul returns
that.
to the celestial soup. I look back on the beautiful soup that was my life in all its
Look at
specificity
it go.
and intricacies
So
and
angry.
sufferings, this life that I chose to incarnate into. A fellow soul in the unified soup floats next to me and looks upon my life with me and says, "Yikes. You walked in on a homeless man masturbating on the floor of a Toronto Union bus station terminal bathroom? Bet you wish you didn't put that in your game, huh?" To which I say, honestly, wouldn't be the same without it.
Yes.
Shape 4, revelation. Anamnesis is a Greek word that means remembrance, particularly conscious remembrance of something that your soul already knows from a previous existence. This previous existence could be your past life, or your soul's existence up in a heavenly world of forms and total knowledge before it chose to incarnate in this mortal coil, or it could be you remembering that you're God playing a game of hide and seek with yourself. Whatever's the
Jesus,
case.
is this gonna
Personally,
kill
I'm not really a
everything
past
down
lives
here?
person
Awesome.
myself. I don't really
Oh,
even
cool.
believe that our souls and bodies are truly separable. I believe we
I'm
are
curious. That's
our
so different,
bodies.
you know.
But I find myself thinking frequently of anamnesis in the way that Plato spoke of it. Plato's anamnesis, or the
Really hate
Platonic doctrine
everything.
of recollection, teaches that we are born possessing all the knowledge that we will ever have already embedded in our souls. And the process of learning is really a process of remembering. I think this is a little zany as an actual theory, but even if it's not literally true, it feels true sometimes. And that feeling of anamnesis is one of the
Oh,
most
good. You're gonna kill all these.
meaningful
That's good.
experiences that
I
you can
hate these
have as a
things. They're
human
fucking
being.
annoying.
Some subjective sense of inner
You could just
spiritual
take a picture of
remembrance
yourself.
tends
That would
to
be.
come alongside the religious experiences that people say give their life meaning. It can come alongside therapeutic breakthroughs, or even when you encounter a piece of art that you identify with. This is me. This has always been me. What? I remember when I first listened to The Weeknd before he had a face in 2011, and hearing that music for the first time felt strangely familiar. I'd never heard anything like it, but I was like, oh yeah. So even if Plato wasn't literally ontologically correct about the physics of our souls, he was still describing something real. I think a good way to unfurl this is to carve out two ways that you can interpret the word revelation. In modernity, I feel like a lot of time we think of a revelation as something novel descending from the heavens that the earth could never produce. Having a revelation or a revelatory idea means something new and exciting and powerful has entered the scene, upending what existed before. But this shape runs contrary to the actual meaning of the word revelation, which stems from the word reveal, as in to uncover something that was already there. Revelation isn't the introduction of something new, it's the dispelling of an illusion.
Realizing stuff.
Despite that, understandably, revelations do tend to feel like some great force coming and imposing itself on us. It's never pleasant to realize that you've been in an illusion, but the difference between a divine revelation and an alien invasion is that although both disempower and destroy us, one of them makes a parking lot and a McDonald's on top of us, and the other one reveals who we really are. In one case, you are crushed and replaced by something that has nothing to do with you, and in the other case, you are swallowed up by something that wants the best for you. You are awakened to the really real. When something rises up from your subconsciousness that it is uncomfortable for your ego consciousness to accept, it may feel in your conscious ego like you are being attacked by an alien invasion. But that thing that is threatening you is you. Even if it doesn't feel like it. It's not trying to destroy you for no reason. It's trying to convince you to love yourself and feel everything, to embrace the real. So when you deconstruct your ego as you knew it and reconstruct it to include more of you, you aren't becoming less yourself, you're becoming more yourself. You are being revealed to yourself. This is why you sometimes hear some people say that science is a religious activity, even though we were taught by atheism in 2009 on YouTube that that's not the case. Doing good science requires you to transcend yourself. It requires you to allow the world to reveal itself to you. You are performing a ritual that is meant to manifest the really real, and you are not actually in charge of what the results are going to be. You are allowing yourself to be endlessly modified by the big blank check of objective observation, theoretically. Eureka! You know? Revelation also happens in artistic practice. If you're an artist, you're probably familiar with the feeling that this inspiration is not coming from within you, but something from without is demanding your attention. You are not creating this thing, something is acting through you to create this thing. You're not linearly, consciously arranging all the elements into a whole that reflects some blueprint you made well in advance, logically or selfishly. No, it feels like something is being revealed to you. Somehow, the art has a will of its own. It enforces its own agency in relationship with you during the creative process, often pivoting what it is significantly away from what you initially intended it to be. I was surprised where this video went. Nah, don't include that. I think when people start hating making art, when they start disliking enduring the creative process, it's because they become too fixated on their goals and they're not participating in art as like a process of revelation. They're not allowing the goals to be handed to them from the art. My artistic inspiration runs dry when I am trying too hard to complete a project instead of feeling around the room curiously to discover what this project is. When I reduce myself to trying to complete tasks instead of allowing the art to fluidly redefine my tasks, my celestial engine just stops running and I stall. Working on art is not really a process of trying to finish the art, but of letting the art work on you. And what's wild is when you stop trying to say something profound and personal about yourself in your art, you end up experiencing revelations of what is within you and what you care about beyond yourself. Without your consent, you make things that you wouldn't make. Your art isn't in you, you are in art, and it's asking you to participate in that, to remember that.
Whenever I'd be writing things with my friends, we'd always notice that it feels like when you're coming up with an idea, it feels like you're all remembering the same dream that you had the night before. And so it's like you have an idea and it's like, oh, Matt and Jay, they have a hamburger and they take a bite and it grants wishes. Somebody's like, that's ridiculous. It's like, okay, but maybe it's like he only finds the hamburgers because he got thrown out of something. And then everybody starts being like, oh yeah, that did happen in the dream. Oh yes, that is what's in the dream.
Yes.
And then you all reconcile the fact that you've had the same dream the night before, and it's all the same, but you just needed to collectively remember it.
A commonality between these three areas of self-transcendence is that they do not ruin your life or destroy you. They do not limit you or make you less. They create you. They reveal you. They complete you. They fill you with an overwhelming sense of purpose and meaning. Remembering the really real, experiencing revelation for whatever reason seems to be the human heart's desire, regardless of outcome. It's the thing that makes all of this feel worth it. To live in this reciprocal, rejuvenating relationship with reality, to me, is what religion is really about.
The deep within is calling to the deep without, and they call to each other.
If devotion to a God that knows you better than you know yourself and loves you and wants the best for you is a metaphor for anything, surely it's a metaphor for this rich relationship with reality. Surely your relationship with God increases the curiosity, openness, wonder, and sincerity with which you engage in life, does it not? What God are you talking to? To live a religious life is to commit yourself to this continual process of revelation, to expect revelation, to anticipate it, to celebrate it. This doesn't mean that you don't matter. Far from it. You are part of what is being revealed. Sacrificing all of your personal desires and ambitions does not honor God. Repressing your authentic self does not honor God. If God is God, God sees through that, right?
God will understand, my lord. And if he doesn't, then he is not God. And we need not worry.
Honestly being your complete, authentic, flawed, talented, idiosyncratic, remarkable, and unremarkable self is an essential component of living a faithful life. If you are worshiping a God that truly loves you. In my books, any God that requires you to practice repression, denial, and dishonesty is not a very interesting God, not a very real God. The attitude towards existence that is metaphorically modeled by a relationship to God, in my opinion, is one of reverence. It means to expect revelation, to realize that this is your only job on your time on earth, is to have things revealed to you, about the world, about others. This is you. This is the process. This is what you do. You just participate in God's creation.
Let me show you how to block this ad. First, you're gonna click on this video, then you're gonna download Pi. It's an ad blocker that's still here? Let me explain. It's a free Chrome extension and it basically blocks
All right. Well, we lost 60 dwarves, so that's something. But the asshole who did it is also dead, so that's something. There should still be at least a beast down here. Where are you? You. Okie dokie. Ebra is down here. What's Ebra doing? Just vibing. Hunting down crundles. I like that. Okay, what we can do is we'll build a tunnel to where this is and lead it out of the top. And we'll just lock down the top of our fort and let it out into the field and ruin relationships with all of our neighbors. This down here hunting. Look at it go. Proud of it. I do like the Forgotten Beasts. I think they're cool. What you thinking about? Fucking nothing. It's left with dinted. Alright. What? Ebra. You kill enough things to make yourself sick. Well, I don't think I needed to let 60 dwarves die, but I think it'll help. Overall mood. My chef didn't die. Nom 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 nom. I love that. It just like lies in wait and then nom 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 nom. Love it. Good. I hate all these fucking crunch balls. So we need to snack on those for a while we train up because these guys. That was not good. It's because they don't have the resources. They need the resources. Link the lever to this. And yeah. And it's important to do that. Alright, drink is good, that's good. Are we making steel yet? No. Why are we not making steel? I think we're missing an important step. I know I'm making charcoal. This is not what I'm. We just aren't making enough charcoal. I know this is gonna use up like all of our wood, but like I don't care. Alright, we got some people. Let's cut down some trees. Try not to fucking wreck yourselves, guys. Who's blooping me now? It's Google. I don't care about what Google has to say. Alright, how about now? We got 2 entire charcoals. Do we have a steel? Alright, do we have any mix? No. Yeah, we don't need any steel rods. So let's come down here. Boop, boop, boop. Nope. That.
景気があるよって君の声だけどピギチはいないまま不思議な絵の中吸い込まれた踏みつけろグンバ走り抜けろ Go faster 広大の空飛び越えてスターの光を取り戻すんだ Jump higher run faster 飛べジャンプスター世界の果てまで Never game on over どんな敵でも恐れはしないウィンナップの鼓動が胸で響くんだ夢のバトルフィールド今ダイブだや飛弾飛び交うおうこの上黒い王様笑ってた俺に勝てると思うのかでもヒゲには無限のジャンプがあるヒップドロップで決めろジャンプコンボで決めろ星を集める旅強くなる勇気はキノコよりでっかいさストンハラフライファル燃えろジャンプスター鼓動なままに This world is us 空も雲も味方にしようクッパの罠さえもう怖くないさ描いたゴールはすぐそこささ次のコースへピーチの笑顔は星の中輝く未来へジャンプだ
Let's go!
Deadpool and Wolverine.
What you thinking about?
Get off of me. Almost done. Almost done what? This is what I'm talking about. Big slow motion action sequence. Who knows if you live or die? She's coming with us. No, she's not. Oh, yes.
pilot. Make a quiz for my astronomy notes.
You got it. What type of galaxy is Andromeda?
Spiral.
What does a spectrometer measure?
Light.
And when was your essay due?
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule repairs, and access roadside assistance right through your app. Or you could take your chances somewhere else. Get a quote today.
That's me, driving through the country. New vacation home, newly expanded business. I know what you're thinking. This only happens in dreams. Actually, it happened for me with help from a Wells Fargo Premier team.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Brunch. 90s brunch. In our 90s brunch. Get everything for every party on Amazon.
Video over. Alright, I think I need a break. I think I'm done for the stream. Let us hunt up a friend to throw it to.
Oh, that's over there. Okay.
Nope. Nope. Anyway. Let boop 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 boop. Let man. Man. I like it. Hello, okay, let's just go. Bam. Okay, let's just go. Bam.
In this corner. And it does want me to use blocks. So, you know what? Build. And it does want me to use blocks. So, you know workshop.
Oh my god, I was ready to go.
Ashery. Right where I wanted it originally, out of jet blocks. Ashery. Right where I wanted it originally, out of jet blocks.